And they're off in the Monday opener. There goes Father Walsh for the lead. The gray forward motion presses in second. A gap of 3 or 4 lengths to the rest of the field from the rail out. It's Invaluable Will, Gandy Dancing, Limit Up, and Fiery Heart. Up front, Father Walsh leads them. Forward motion, his gray shadow the whole way as they make their way to the far turn. On the far outside in fourth, in third, there's Limit Up just to his inside is Gandy Dancing, then Valuable Will. Fiery Hearts at the back, 22 and 2. They rip through that opening quarter. Midway on the far turn, it's Father Walsh. Father Walsh ahead. Forward motion ratchets up the pressure. Here comes Limit Up from the back as Gandy Dancing back pedals. They're about to come off the turn and into the stretch. Father Walsh trying to put away forward motion. Going to have to deal with Limit Up and Andre Worry down the center. Father Walsh, forward motion. Here's Limit Up from the back. Fiery Hearts revving up as well. Inside the eighth pole, Limit Up just struck the lead. Trying to get by Father Walsh. Father Walsh battles back. Far outside Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart all the momentum and he goes by Limit Up. Fiery Heart by 3 parts of a length. Back to 6.5, $20.40, 50-cent try, 6.52, $24.62, 10-cent super, 6.5, 2.4, $9.47. And they're off. There goes Honor Among Men right to the lead. It's Honor Among Men quickly a length and a half now, 2 in front with Massey Hall in between horses. Rally Squirrels at the rail. Tuckabuck ways outside. Gap of 2 lengths back to the gray. No line. Blue City trails. He's about 6 lengths from the leader, Honor Among Men. Flaunting his speed today. He's 2.5 lengths in front. Moving up on the outsides. Tuckabuck away through an opening quarter in a sensible 23 seconds flat. Back in third along the inside is Massey Hall, who's starting to lose some ground. Rally Squirrel trying to muster a rally from the back. Then Blue City and No Line. The field's making their way to the top of the stretch. Honor Among Men. Here comes Tuckabuck away. Only serious challenge here through a 46 and 2 half. Honor Among Men, he's almost home. Tuckabuck away has dead aim if good enough, but they just come to the 16th pole now, and Honor Among Men starts to scoot away from Tuckabuck away. It's Honor Among Men. The favorite's going to report home a 2.5 length winner. Then it was Tuckabuck away, Rally Squirrel, and that's official. $2 double 6.5, $12.60. $2 exact to 5.6, $4.60. 50-cent try, 5.61, $5 an. And they're off. Rearing up at the start was the number 4 Steiner. He spots the field about 10 lengths. Royal Suspect and Joel Cruz under a drive, trying to maintain rail position, and they'll take the lead into the first turn. It's Royal Suspect a length. Allure of Money chases in second. It's a gap of 4 already to Beta and Jeremiah. Brother Jeremiah, they race as a team. Recovering from the flat-footed start is Steiner. Don't poke the cats at the back with him. Royal Suspect, 24 and 1 as they straighten up down the backstretch here at Finger Lakes. It's Royal Suspect by 3, now 4. Allure of Money, the favorites back in second. To the inside, Brother Jeremiah. Outside is Beta. Gap of 3 more to Steiner. Don't poke the cats, 10 lengths from the lead and can see them all as they make their way to the far turn through a half and 47 and 4. Royal Suspect has been in front from the start. Joel Cruz trying to nurse him along for another 3/8 of a mile. It's still Royal Suspect. Getting close as Allure of Money. Brother Jeremiah is at the inside. Poised 3 wide is Beta. From the back, here comes Don't Poke the Cat. He just went right by Steiner. The field's midway on the turn. Through 3/4 now in 113 flat. Royal Suspect, a 5 wide move coming from Don't Poke the Cat. Brother Jeremiah just split horses. Allure of Money's there. So too is Beta. Trying to get to the wire first. Royal Suspect, he's about to be passed by Brother Jeremiah. Far outside, Don't Poke the Cat. Allure of Money as well. Royal Suspect still there. Allure of Money. Brother Jeremiah. Allure of Money. Royal Suspect. Allure of Money got there. Allure of Money along next. Back to rather 3-1, 15 even. 50-cent try, 3-1-2, $10.70. And the dime super, 3-1-2-5, $4.87. Race 4 comes up next. And they're off. Smokin' Alone shows first. In between horses there, Sneeds and Margarita Sunrise vies for the lead as well. Holy Cowboy up the inside. Gap of a length and a half. Back to Lucky Mucho Man. 2 more to Prepare for Glory. Gap of 5 lengths to Samurai Saint, and then 4 behind him is Money Making Kaz. So it's about 15 to 18 lengths from front to back here. Margarita Sunrise 22 and 3. Nazario Alvarado intent on the lead, and Margarita Sunrise has it. He's 3 parts of a length in front of Sneeds, who ratchets up the pressure in second. Under a drive on the outside, here comes Lucky Mucho Man. Between horses there is Smoking Alone, and at the insides, Holy Cowboy. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Margarita Sunrise dealing with Sneeds, who just went by. Sneeds 46 and 4 for the half. Sneeds put Margarita Sunrise away. Doesn't look like anybody's coming from the back markers here. Sneeds past the 8th pole, looking good. Down the center, a late rally from Prepare for Glory, but it's way too late. Sneeds got it wrapped up. It's all Sneeds. Going to be tight for second here. Looks like Smoke $1 double 3.5, $9.60, $2 exact to 5.6, 42.80. 50-cent try, 5.67, 28.50. 10-cent super, 5.674, 20. And they're off. Between horses, there's With Dashing Speed, the big long shots in front. Now seems like Destiny the Gray along the inside rushes up to challenge, and seems like Destiny grabs a short lead. Sean Patrick, the firster, broke alertly as well. Now he's chasing With Dashing Speed. Seems like Destiny's in front. Then Sean Patrick, rather. Along the insides, the Delaware boys. Gap of 3 lengths. Savage Spirits moving up outside of Montauk Surf. Then we come back to With Dashing Speed, and the trailer 4 lengths behind is Rev Parker. 23-second contentious opening quarter. Seems like Destiny. And Sean Patrick, the Delaware boys, swings into action 3 wide. Montauk Surf under a ride. Jeremiah Slora trying to motivate him from 4th. Then we come back to Savage Spirit, who's going to have to do better from there. Off the turn and into the stretch through a 46 and 4 half mile. Sean Patrick trying to keep going here on the front end in his debut. The Delaware boys down the center. Montauk Surf between horses, and on the inside it seems like Destiny. The Delaware boys takes the lead. Sean Patrick tries to stay with him, but the Delaware boys starts to draw away, and the Delaware boys is going to get out of the maiden ranks by 3. Then it was $1.75. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch to 10, 5 destinations. Race 6, scratch to 10. Post time, they're in the gate. And they're off. Both Air Force Cross and Avi's Mission were away a bit slowly. From the outside there, Sharpoon, the gray last drink, the favorite, goes with Sharpoon. These two take them into the first turn. They've already opened up 3 in Avi's Mission, who's recovered and moves into 3rd. Along the inside is Longshot Holloway in 4th. Then Computed is 5th. He's already 6 or 7 lengths from the lead. Dropping back there was Croag Patrick. Lifetime Guarantee went around him. At the back of the pack are Air Force Cross and On Cloud Wide. Sharpoon winging it on the front end. They straighten up for the backstretch. 24-second opening quarter. Sharpoon's in front by 5. Last drink, comfortable in 2nd, then Avi's Mission 3rd. Holloway's 4th. Lifetime Guarantee moves up into 5th. He's 3 wide. Then we come back to Compute It and the trio of On Cloud Wine, Air Force Cross, and Croag Patrick. 49 and 3 for the half as they make their way to the far turn. They're catching up to long shot leader Sharpoon. Last drink, the first to move. Lifetime Guarantee trying to go with him. Holloway under a drive as they're midway on the far turn. Compute It. Nothing yet from him. On Cloud Wine trying to move up through 3/4 and 1:15 and 1. Room at the rail for Holloway at a big price. He just went past Sharpoon. So did Last Drink. And on the far outside, Lifetime Guarantee. Off the turn and into the stretch. It's Last Drink trying to hold off Lifetime Guarantee. Last Drink and Lifetime Guarantee down to these two. Last Drink trying to hold off Lifetime Guarantee. Last Drink, Lifetime Guarantee. They may have brushed there. Last Drink, Lifetime Guarantee. Last Drink along head. 10-cent super, 5.639, $96.15. Race 7 comes up next. It's the start of today's late double here in race 7. And they're off. There's Coin Jar for the lead. Inside of him's the favorite, Runaway Joke. And to the rail, Benji Brown. Now Benji Brown and Runaway Joke have it. A length and a half in front of Coin Jar, who's settled into 3rd. 2 more back to Enticing Prospect, who's 4th. just ahead of My Cool Hand Luke. He has a length and a half on Mortgage Rate, and the trailer is Mad Magic, 22 and 4. They're moving right along on the front end. Benji Brown at a huge price. Runaway Joke at a short price. These two still a length and a half clear of both Coin Jar and Enticing Prospect. And now Runaway Joke has put away long shot leader Benji Brown. It's Runaway Joke, 2 lengths. Coin Jar trying to move past Benji Brown through a 46 and 2 half. They're off the turn and they're into the stretch. And Runaway Joke starting to get away here. Runaway Joke has opened up a 5-length lead past the 8th pole. It's all Runaway Joke. Can Coin Jar hold off and oncoming My Cool Hand Luke for second? He can't. No doubt about the winner. It was Runaway Joke. Then My Cool Hand Luke, Coin Jar, an Enticing Prospect. In the finale offers win play show, exacta try and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1, bet the Palace. 2, Goroque, and 3, Anafrio. Scratch the 1, 2, and 3 out of race 8. Post time for the finale. And they're off. Stumbling a bit there at the start was the last sheik. More Valor goes to the lead. Between horses, there's Keegs. Right there as well is Wonker Warrior. Back and forth, 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead is Rebel Jackson. Then we come back to One With Everything, and after the stumbling start, the last sheik trails. Battle on the front end here is Keegs made the lead. It's Keegs a length. He took it away from More Valor. Between is Wonker Warrior through a 23-1 opening quarter as they make their way to the far turn. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to Rebel Jackson. Then One With Everything and the last sheik's at the back. More Valor's well out into the middle of the track, but he just took the lead back away from Keegs very briefly. Keegs back in front now again. These two alternating on the lead through a 47 and 2 half. Rebel Jackson trying to make up some ground as they come off the turn and into the stretch, led by Keegs. Keegs is in front by 4. Rebel Jackson about to go past More Valor. Past the 8th pole, it's Keegs. Keegs, Luis Perez like a statue past the 16th pole, and Keegs is going to get out of the maiden ranks in fine fettle. Geared down, he won it by 4.5 at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm in track announcer of the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Tuesday afternoon here at Finger Lakes. Temperatures in the mid-80s, creeping up close to 90 today. Horses will hit the track in about 3 minutes to post. Keep that in mind while you are wagering here at Finger Lakes today and from home. Track is fast, got a little bit of a breeze here. No carryover in the pick six. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, scratch the 1A, Shishi Shadow. The 2B, Sevens Up. And the 8, Dreamery. Scratch the 1A, 2B, and 8 out of race 1. And overweight on the 1, Jason Liam, 1 pound over. Overweight on the 2, Bella Mama, 2 pounds over. Overweight on the 5, Dharma, 1 pound over. And again in race 1, scratch the 1A, 2B, and 8. It kicks off the early pick 4 and the early double. Race number 2, these overweights. The 1, 2, 4, and 7 are all 1 pound over. 1, 2, 4, and 7, 1 pound over in race number 2. That starts the first pick 3 of the afternoon. The $1 pick 6 begins in race number 3. And in race 3, you can scratch the 1, Doc Advantage, the 2, New York Anthem, and the 5, Trelad. Again, in race 3, scratch the 1, Doc Advantage, the 2, New York Anthem, and the 5, Trelad. It's the start of the $1 pick 6. Race 4 kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 5, Kateri Empire. Race 4, scratch the 5, Kateri Empire. Race 5 kicks off the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. The final pick 3 begins in race number 6, and there are no changes. Late double begins in race 7. These overweights, the 6, Solo Tonight's 1 pound over, and the 8, King Kali, 1 pound over. Those are changes in race 7. And in race number 8, today's finale, you can scratch the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 8, scratch the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. Temperature in the mid-80s, creeping up to 90 degrees. Track is fast, got a little breeze coming in. Don't forget, if you need free PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of our friends over at Equibase each and every racing day. Post time for the openers just about an hour away, a little after 1:15 p.m. Coming up next, the Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Got 8 races on today's card. Getting some warmer weather again. Monday through Wednesday this week. Keep in mind, our schedule changes next week as far as our post times. We are going to go to a 1 o'clock, a little bit earlier. 1 o'clock first post. We're going to do that for the next month and a half. First week in September we'll go back to normal, but 1 o'clock will be the new post. 1:50 the rest of this week, but starting Monday, 1 o'clock first post. Well, it is a big day on Monday. I think we got our handicapping contest as well, but is one of our biggest races of the year, the New York Derby. Got both the Derby and the Oaks scheduled for the same day this year. I think we used to do it that way. And man, you got some good races. I mean, you got a couple good ones in the Oaks. You got the return of Sweet Brown Sugar, won the Niagara Stakes. And then the new face was a Cox trainee with Manny Franco riding. That should be a good one. Finally, some competition for Sweet Brown Sugar. Of course, that one stretching out after a series of sprints. Remember, Both races are a mile and 16th. Of course, you got a couple interesting ones in the big race, the New York Derby. That's a $150,000 race. We do run that one annually. You got Panda Gate, who ran in the, we'll call it the United Emigrates. I'm afraid to say it because I'm going to say it incorrectly. The Grade 2 out there ran third to Forever Young. Now is going to run against New York breds in the New York Derby. You also got Doc Sullivan. Doc Sullivan's won a couple in a row, including the Mike Lee. Now keep in mind, Tin Cup Chalice is still the only horse to sweep all three legs of the old Big Apple Triple. The Mike Lee Stakes, the New York Derby, then the Albany and Saratoga. Doc Sullivan is going to enter we haven't had that many Mike Lee winners have come for the New York Derby anymore because it's so tough to do, but Doc Sullivan's entered, and he's no slouch. He's won a couple in a row, and probably will like a little more distance. So good race. That'll take place on Monday. Remember, 1 o'clock post time. You got a handicapping contest as well. The Derby and Oaks. Man, a lot going on. That should be a fun day coming up this week. All right, looking back at yesterday. Well, a couple of the top performers from last year did not disappoint yesterday. You had last year's Horse of the Year, Allure of Money. Man, does that horse have a nose for the wire. I mean, almost got a poor pace scenario to begin with. One of the speeds was unprepared at the start, actually was way up in the air before the gate even opened. And that left Royal Suspect alone on the lead. Allure of Money still was able to run down the speed. What an effort for Allure of Money. Remember, he was a multiple stakes winner last year. He won a sprint race. I think it was the Leon Reed, as well as the New York Derby, speaking of the New York Derby. So he can win going long or short. Also, one of the top performers, Fiery Heart, who was the top older horse. That one, its only loss last year was in a rout. Won every race. And probably needed the first start of the year this year. And came back and won yesterday. I can't believe the horse was 5-2. That was probably the best, as far as best value of the day, was Fiery Heart for John Buckley. Well, the three, I mentioned this yesterday, the three horses that were nominated for Horse of the Year, you had Allure of Money, Fiery Heart, and Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie already winning a stakes race this year. He's entered today, so man, he could show his stuff today. Man, he's a good-looking horse. I think yesterday, I think we had two horses by Destin, the same sires Jack and Bernie run. One of them won. All right, let's look at the first race. Got a couple route races. Scratch the 1-ace, She Shadow. Scratch the 2B7s up. And the 8 Dreamery. A couple of them entered in state. I think Dreamery was entered in the Oaks. I think Dharma was also entered in the New York Oaks. Probably not going to be in there now, but probably see Dreamery there. Yeah, I guess there's some question with the distance with Dharma. She kind of disappointed last time after really looking good in her debut. And I think that's why they played her. Miss Wobbles kind of shook loose on the front end in her debut race, and she was rolling late. Good effort. Last time she ran out of real estate as they didn't come back. She's a Freud, I think it was a first-time starter, maybe, for John Buckley. Didn't come back. Yeah, there's some question marks with the distance. Okay, we're going to add blinkers. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll get her into the race a little more focused out of the gate. And now the stretch out. Now, she's a half to Hannah Dances, who was a pretty good sprinter here at Finger Lakes. But if you do look at the dam, all 4 of the career wins for that dam were going long. So there is route in there for Dharma. And again, they were thinking to run her in the Oaks. I mean, the sire side isn't really that strong as far as route, but why not? And especially if you're not getting there in the sprints, maybe try a little extra yardage, and that's what they're going to do. And she's looked talented in her 2 stars. So, as long as she can get the route okay, she doesn't have to be great at going long. She could beat these rivals. At least you can't blame it on lack of real estate if you're backing Dharma. And you're going to get a little better price on her today, too. She's at odds of 4-1 morning line. I guess the real interesting one is the first-time starter in here. You got Go, Nye, Go. I guess that's how you would say it because it's by Nyquist. I was thinking Go New York Go, but the but the sire is Nyquist, so I'm assuming it's Go Nye Go. Out of a stakes winner, the Dam's a half to Viker, who is the Florida Derby winner, got a good numbers for the distance. You got a stakes place horse that was half, of course, better on the turf. There's some turf on the Dam side, but there's definitely route. We'll say that. But it is the first career start. Normally, you'd say here at Finger Lakes, tough first time out to go long and win. Haven't seen too many winners like that, but you don't see too many trained by Christophe Clement try going long for the first time. And here's the big thing. Kiberkoa rode Happy Time. He gets off Happy Time to ride Go Nye Go. What does that tell you? Happy Time is one of the morning line favorites in here, and he opts to go here. That's maybe he wants to ride for the Clement barn because he's sending stakes horses here, and that could be part of it too. But I'm going to go with the first or for second. Very interesting horse. Certainly bred for the part and could be just good enough first out. The 4 is Turn Up the Music. Turn Up the Music finished behind Happy Time in her last race, but the pace flow probably benefited Happy Time a little better than Turn Up the Music, who's got a couple straight third place finishes, but they're both pretty even. You got to look at it this way. Jayla was loose in there. I mean, there wasn't a lot of speed, and Jayla kind of got away with some relatively easy fractions considering how many lengths she had on the front end with the lead. So I guess you could kind of put a positive on both Turn Up the Music and Happy Time, as Jayla just simply didn't come back to them in that race. So kind of even. The five looks like the horse to be. The 3 is the interesting one. The first are by Clement, and then the 4 and the 6 are the underneath types that come out of the same race that was won by horses just simply alone on the lead. All right, we'll look at the second race. I went with a little bit of a price in here. It is for filly and mare maidens going 5.5 furlongs, and it's really hard to like anybody in this race. It's not the strongest of maiden specialties. We've seen some good maiden specialties. I think the route yesterday was a good one. I don't know if that was for the boys, but this for the fillies and mares came up pretty soft. And to me, you look at a horse like East Harbor, who ran in a route in her last start, and same race. I was talking about the Jayla race with Happy Time and Turn Up the Music. This one on the inside, chasing a little bit, just faded. And then, the margin's going to be long. The longer you go, when you're a tiring horse, the bigger the margin. So back to a sprint and back to an easier field is East Harbor, who ran third behind Bella Voce and Campbeck, a much better race, and she was right there throughout. And she ran if she runs that race, where she ran that restricted 3-year-old race, which is just as good as an older horse race, if she could repeat that effort, she could win here. My big thing, though, with East Harbor is you got to like the jockey change going to Jackie Davis today, and that might make all the difference, as well as the turn back and the easier field. And the combination of all of that kind of made me land on East Harbor at a little bit of a price. She's at odds of 5-1. My Kind of Mischief is the morning line favorite, and she makes sense. She's very logical. If Wit Lasting Speed was in the race, you'd love My Kind of Mischief, and vice versa. You might like Wit Lasting Speed, although she's had a lot of chances, if My Kind of Mischief's in the race. But she's quicker. I mean, she might be quicker than Wit Lasting Speed anyway. But I would think Wit Lasting Speed's going to try all she can to get out there with My Kind of Mischief, because she's got one way of going, and that might affect the chances for My Kind of Mischief. Tricky read. I think that it's a positive that she attracts Andre Worry to ride here, and Ronnie Bree Jr. going very well this year, so it doesn't have to be much here. I know her form is bad. Her only good race was an off the turf race in her debut at Saratoga. Since then, you kind of got to find binoculars to find her. But she plays going against, this is an easier spot than those 30,000 and 40,000 maidens. Exoti's the interesting horse. What happened with this horse last time? I don't really have a big excuse for her. I mean, maybe she doesn't like being behind horses, the dirt kicked in her face. It's the only thing that I could really come up with that she backed up the way that she did. I mean, this is a horse that has looked good from time. Her best race was her last race as a 2-year-old of the year when she ran second to, speaking of Sweet Brown Sugar. She repeats that. She crushes these, but her first 2 starts this year, she hasn't. And it wasn't like her first start of the year was that bad. It was her last start that was. And maybe that's something to do with it. She was inside. She got caught behind horses, chasing a little bit, and dirt kicked in her face, and then she just stopped, and she went the other direction. I think it is a positive sign that she comes back here, 3rd start off the layoff, and she stays in the special weight instead of dropping off of that poor effort. That's a very positive. Maybe there's an excuse there that I didn't see. And that might be it. Maybe the dirt kicked in her face. Maybe she'll be a little more aggressive, but unfortunately for her, if she does try to do that, there's other speed outside of her. I'll throw a Joyful Departure for 4th. She ran in a maiden claimer just a few starts ago before stepping back up, and was a really weak special weight that she ran second in, and then last time stumbled back. As the comment said, and that's correct, she did stumble at the start. And that was a tougher maiden field. So back against a little bit easier maiden special weight field today puts her close again. And she's 8-1 morning line. Maybe not to win the race, but more of an underneath type. 5-7-1-6. All right, our feature, unfortunately, we've got a few scratches in here. We scratched a part of entry and Doc Advantage, scratched the 2 New York Anthem, and scratched 5 Tralad. I think they're all scared of Jack and Bernie. I think that's probably part of it. Yeah, it's on paper, it really doesn't look too tough. You got to think that Jack and Bernie is, especially with the scratches. I mean, Almondro might be fast enough to go early with Jack and Bernie. I don't think so. I think Jack and Bernie's going to get the lead, and everybody's chasing. Now the question is, if Jack and Bernie runs his race. Now if he runs his race, he's going to win. The question is, the race flow, who's going to be second if he does run his race. He's going to be a very short price. I would think the tactics of Flowing River really matter here, because if he follows the leader, he's going to get second. If he tries to go with Jack and Bernie and be aggressive early, although you can't blame him, you're trying to win the race, it may set it up for a horse like Pompous Prince to pass him late for second. May even Pompous Prince could benefit if Jack and Bernie doesn't have it to pass by. But Flowing River, it may not be as fast as Jack and Bernie early either, that he may be forced to kind of follow the leader, and that could be your exacta. It's kind of what I'm looking at, especially at 5.5 furlongs. Pompous Prince is the one that has that closing kick. Almondro probably not quite classy enough to run against horses like Jack and Bernie and Flowing River. Little Maddie Brown is, but Little Maddie Brown hasn't raced yet this year, so not sure how sharp she's going to be. So to me, it was Jack and Bernie winning, probably Flowing River or Pompous Prince second and maybe third, depending on how quick this pace is early and who's going to challenge Jack and Bernie early, because Pompous Prince could be more of the stalker closer type. That's the one that's hoping that there's a little bit of a pace duel up front. Makes sense, right? Doesn't always happen that easily, but that's how the race looks. And big question for Jack and Bernie, of course, got to hope that the rain holds off. His only 2 losses, and we've said this before, were on off tracks. He hasn't won on an off track, so if we do get a thunderstorm, any rain, not sure if that's the main reason. One of the reasons was the Leon Reed, he got off slowly. I think was never in the race. The start really hampered his, and then he tried to swing out wide. The other one, he might have just simply went too quick early. I mean, he just was out there, just shooting out there, and then stopped a little bit. I don't think they're going to catch him today. I'm going to go with the 3, 1A, and 7. But yeah, he's going to be a pretty short price. More good things to come for that horse if he just keeps running. 4th race, a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5. this for fillies and mares. Scratch the 5, Kateri Empire. Pretty good competitive race for the 4th to start off the pick 5. Although I don't think I'm going to get 6-1 on Make a Joyful Noise. I mean, Make a Joyful Noise off of the layoff. They bet the horse down to 2-1. So why would she be 6-1 against possibly the same type of field, maybe even easier field today? I don't know, but she's 6-1 morning line, and if she's 6-1, I'll take it because she's going to be if she runs the race, she's going to be in the top 3. Question is, again, it's a competitive race. She's going to have the right kind of trip to win, and she did get a pretty decent trip, going 5.5 last time. You get the 2 speeds of Bonfire Diva and Bad Connection. That certainly helps her chances too, because she should have something to run at. And a repeat of the last effort, even a move forward. Keep in mind, that was her first start off the layoff since November. She should be sharper. Second start off the layoff puts her right there. The 4-horse Brisky Frolic is a really tricky read. Was off the layoff last time, and yeah, race fell apart, and she didn't make a move. But I mean, she was chasing a little bit, I'd say. Miss Pab was in another county, and I guess we say Manchester, even going back further down and then around to Geneva, but she still won. And the race fell apart, and I don't know, Frisky Frolic, maybe it was a little close to that pace. Doesn't seem to be that close, and it wasn't like they went that fast. But it was on an off track. She was off a layoff since October, and maybe just simply didn't run her race. I'm not sure. It's not one of Jeremiah's top guys riding, so that's a little concerning. But she's got a little class, and definitely more class than most of these. I wouldn't take her as the favorite, but I would definitely use her because I would expect her to improve out of that race. Sabrine's another one to consider. She doesn't want to. I mean, she just doesn't want to win. It was a good job by Louis Perez last time. Just a matter of timing, and you could tell he was timing that, and he couldn't have rode the horse any better, especially from where he was. He's certainly great when the plan comes together, because that's exactly what happened. One of the better rides you'll see, Louis Perez timing a horse that just doesn't want to win, and that's why a lot of people don't see that when they're playing the horses. Some of the better riders, or some of the better trips, I should say, and better rides for some of these horses are ones that are on these horses that are a little bit hard, don't have the nose of the wire. Talk about lure of money on the nose of the wires. Not all horses have that. And sometimes the rider's got to do things a little bit differently. You know, wait a little more with the horse, or maybe be a little more aggressive at times and not aggressive at times with the whip. So, that was the case with Sabrine. Maybe they figured her out a little bit after that race, getting her up at the right time, and maybe we'll see the same thing. Sometimes the horse gets a little confidence builder, I'd say. At least she returned to winning ways, but it was obviously an easier field that she beat. The 1-horse Bonfire Diva, yeah, I think I'd like her a little more if she was outside. She's going to be inside, and it's a question of, Bad Connection is probably going to go after her. So she's the inside speed, but she's going to get some pressure from Bad Connection. You really can't from the rail, say the rail position, because you don't want to let her go when you're inside, because then you're getting caught behind horses with dirt kicked in your face. So you're kind of in an interesting situation where you have to be aggressive and get out there. And this horse, when she won, wasn't that aggressive. Stephen Frett got her to relax a little bit right with the speed, and she was outside the speed, and she went on with it. And I think that's the kind of trip that she wants. And obviously the rail position, she's not going to be able to do that. She's going to have to get out there, and maybe she just puts Bad Connection away, who's already run a lot of times this year, and goes on with it. She's an interesting horse because she put up a good number the day she won under Stephen Frett a few races ago. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going to mile 70. I thought this was a big scratch because I kind of had the race narrowed down, and now it looks like Bench Press is a really strong player. I mean, both Anointed Spirit and Bench Press We're coming off the layoff against a pretty weak group of two lifetimes. And, there's Anointed Spirit was the one that was on the waiver claim. Both of them ran good. I think Anointed Spirit ran extremely well considering the layoff that he was coming off of. And Bench Press didn't run bad either, considering he was coming off layoff only the one start since July. They both ran second and third. It was just a case of Riley B able to somehow get out there alone on the lead in very slow fractions, as Hardly Working, who figured to be the other speed, just didn't have any speed and was a little bit rank in the early stages. And I think that really benefited Riley B. Surprised me, it was the money bet on Riley B. Anointed Spirit still almost beat him. Bench Press kind of flattened out a little bit with his close, but you had to think he needed the race. So, if you're thinking that he needs the race, he's going to come back and he should beat this field. This field isn't any better. If anything, it's a little bit easier. But he's got to improve off of it. That he can make it interesting. But again, it was partly the pace too that beat him. Not that Riley B's any world beater, but it was kind of the pace. I mean, the horse did get a very easy lead. The one thing that concerns me with Bench Press, he's had a lot of He's 1 for 17 with 8 thirds. Not a lot of seconds, 8 thirds. So he's either going to be first or third. I'm going to use this one on top, not going out on a limb. An interesting one is the wipers on the bus. It's hard to get a feel on this one as far as the breeding for the route because it's out of a unraced mare. It's a Pennsylvania bred. So you got kind of look at maybe the sire side a little more because there's not much information. As far as the siblings of this one, they haven't raced a lot, not a lot of route races for any of them. So the distance is the question for wipers on the bus, who might be the inside speed. I mean, there is some speed outside of it with a couple horses stretching out, like MCRR and Chasing You. I thought this one might be able to get the lead because he's inside of those two. The day he won was in a sprint. He won a 5,000 maiden, where he did have an easy lead. Remember, the sire, I guess he won the Breeders' Cup Mile on the sire side. I usually go by the dam side, but again, not a lot of information on the dam side as far as the route is concerned. But if he gets the extra distance, he doesn't have to be much. Reunion Tour, more of a underneath horse. Did have a troubled trip in that same race. Probably wasn't going to win anyway, but would have been a little bit closer. His numbers put him right there as far as in the number. And Stormandy, you'd want him to have a race. But again, Anointed Spirit didn't have a race against these type of horses and almost won. So Stormandy, who's got good numbers last year, good enough to beat these, it is the question of, does he need a race? If he doesn't, he's going to win. 1-3-6-9. Sixth race of 5,000 Claiborne going to mile 70. Yeah, you got a drop down in here, and a drop down, I guess it's a little bit of a scary drop. Considering the horses run good. I mean, he's got 2/3 in a row, talking about Central Love. 2/3 in a row, and now he's in for 5,000. I always thought of him as more of a second and third type horse. That's why it's tough to take him on top. Even when Engelhart had him, I thought he was kind of overachieving back then. But he's still competitive at the 11-9 level. I think he can win for 5,000, and this is the type of field he can beat. I just don't know why. Maybe they're looking for a route and it hasn't been coming up for the 11-9, so you got to kind of go in for 5. He should win. He should win on his best effort. He'll get first run. I would figure Blue Lieutenant to be the speed. I don't know if Riley B off of that easy win, or I shouldn't say easy win, but the easy pace he had last time, I don't know if he's going after Blue Lieutenant. But Central Love stretching out will be close up no matter what with Blue Lieutenant, and may even press and go on with it. He'll get first run on some of these other strong players like Sea Tiger and 8 Weeks Long, who look like the other closers in here. Again, Sea Tiger, does he want to win? I mean, he's got a bunch of seconds. Found himself with a little too much to do last time, but the winner was the best. I mean, Colton Goes kind of was a runaway winner, pulled away from that field, and was legit at the $5,000 level. So Sea Tiger's a tough horse to leave out, but a little scary to put on top either as far as wanting to win, because you've seen him so many times with that late run be too late. Blue Lieutenant I'm going to throw in as a long shot. Very well bred for the distance. Only has had one route so far in his career. What is it, 24 starts, and ran third. So I'm surprised that they haven't tried going long more often. I know he's only a two-time winner, so obviously both wins were in the sprint, but he's by Golden Sense, so I mean, he could do either. But I like the fact that he's on the inside, he's the speed of the race. So if they put him on the front end, and if he's able to get slow enough fractions, depending on how much Riley B goes after him, I think he's dangerous in here. I'll go with a 5-8 week long for fourth. Again, here's another one that's just simply an underneath type horse. Always has been. He's a good check getter. Now, he was compromised by a bad start last time. Doubt he would have won, but maybe he would have been second or third if it wasn't for the bad start and trip. Hard not to use them in the try and super. Not really going out on a limb. The drop down Central Love with the speed of Blue Lieutenant with the horses that are usually underneath, and you got to use a try and super, Sea Tiger, in 8 weeks long. It's never as easy as it looks. Seventh race at Allowance Race, never won 2 condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Going to lean towards Petrolo, who comes out of a pretty tough 2 lifetime allowance heat. That was back in early June. I thought Love That Bird ran incredible. Was outside the whole way. I mean, this horse was wide too. I mean, the top 2 finishers, with the trips that they had, you would think that it'd be last and second to last, because I thought Love That Bird and Petrolo probably get the worst of the trips, and they ran one too. Yeah, Love That Bird didn't break all that sharp, was wide the whole way. I don't know how, and just drew away from the field. I don't know where that came from for Love That Bird. He never showed that kind of route talent, but man, he looked good. And Petrolo wasn't that badly beaten, and beat a bunch of other good ones. And take Love That Bird out of the mix, this horse ran well. I mean, they bet him down to be the favorite. Again, he wasn't as good as Love That Bird, but he was better than the rest of them, and he ran well. I think he ran to expectations. I think it was Love That Bird that ran better than expectation in there. I think another effort like that one could put him in the winner's circle. English Storm's an interesting one. I liked this horse last time. I think he got beat because of the start more than anything. He didn't break all that sharp, and they didn't really back up to him enough. He found himself with too much to do at 6 furlongs and was closing late, was making a nice move. You know, and his speed was pretty good that day too. So I liked him, and I don't feel bad about the pick. You know, he was 7-1, and I think he was the best horse in there. I think he's, with a better start and a better trip, I think he would have won that race. Now, with that said, this is a completely different situation here with the route. But he's very well bred for the route. I mean, Freud's goes short and long. Freud's obviously a very good sire, very common sire here at Finger Lakes. We see him a lot, but that's because he is so good as a sire. And there's some route on the dam side, and he's gone long. He's got the route experience, mostly on the turf and artificial surface. Not a lot of dirt routes for English Storm. The one win was obviously in the maiden race recently, and that's going 5.5 furlongs. I think he's got some talent, and I think he's got a good shot to win in here if he does get the right kind of trip. Got to get out of the gate a little better than last time. Solo Tonight, logical horse, but he is off a Maiden. Was a good-looking Maiden, and that was a tough group. We saw the same horses yesterday. I think it was Wesley Ward trainee, speaking of Destin, that came in, and they were all over that horse at 1-2. But that was the same type of horses in that race that Solo Tonight beat last time. Can he come back? Well, he did have a little bit of a fitness edge coming in, but he's been consistent against the maidens. And some of these are kind of unproven going long. And with the number, it should be competitive. Yeah, I can see him winning, but at least see him in the top three. I'll throw in I'm Just for Ronnie Breed Jr. for fourth. This one broke his maiden recently against 30,000 maidens going a mile. Little overmatched last time, going a little further, but did get caught wide as well. Man, they bet a lot of horses off maiden victories in New York, and I don't know why. And a lot of times those favorites get beat when in those two lifetime conditions or one other than, because it's a tough move unless you're really outstanding or something off of that maiden claim. It's a maiden claiming win. I don't know why he got bet so hard, but anyway, this looks like a little more competitive spot for I'm Just, and he's going to be a price in here. He's 8-1 morning line. Guess we just got better handicappers at Finger Lakes. Last race, it's a never won 3 condition that goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. We scratched the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. This is a tricky one because I got some negatives on He's Got the Jack. One of those was with a really strong speed bias. We've only had a couple days this year that was really strong for speed, and that was one of them on June 17th. Front speed won just about every race. He's Got the Jack was able to take advantage of that. Now, the positive from that is it was his first start off the layoff, and he probably needed the race, and maybe the track being a speed bias carried him home, and he's going to run better today anyway. With that said, he drops off of the win. That's never a positive. It's aggressive, and we've seen it a few times, especially from this barn, and we've seen them win again. Maybe Englehart's sharp, so he knows that, okay, he won the race, but he wasn't that impressive considering how good speed was. He's still barely held on. Let's run him for 5, and that could be the case. He does get help with the scratch of Red Hot Lincoln, who was aggressive last time, sending to the front. There's not a lot of speed in here. Maybe the new face Norgay showed speed last time at the 11 and 9 level. Maybe he's the other speed to go with He's Got the Jack. But if he gets alone out there at 5.5 and improves off of that race, keep in mind, yes, I got a negative that he was a speed bias, but he's also dropping off a win, which makes him the horse to beat. So I got him on top. Hutch is an interesting one. He was more of an underneath type when he's routing, but he was kind of a hard luck horse because he just always found trouble and always had excuses in a lot of those races. Dropped to 5. He's right there every time for 5,000. Returns for 5 in a waiver claim, and he's better than a lot of 5,000 claimers. I don't think this is his best distance, although one of his 2 wins have come at 5.5. I just think he's better than 5,000 claimers, and it may show. He's 5-1 morning line if He's Got the Jack doesn't have it. Hyperspeed's another one that drops back down to 5,000. Last time in for 5, he just missed against Crunch BBB, who always does well for 5,000. Plus, he had an excuse last time. Logical horse. I'll throw in the 1 Norgay for 4th. Now, this is a tricky read as well. He's dropping to an all-time low, so you got to consider him. But both career wins were going long, and he was pretty aggressive last time. So, I don't know, 5.5 furlongs for Norgay. I think I'm going to use him on class alone, dropping to 5,000, because I'm not sure that the distance is his thing. But if he's aggressive and gets out there with He's Got the Jack doesn't have it, he's definitely dangerous. So I'll go with the 7-5, 2-1 in the last race. So if everybody enjoys today's card, we got only 3 days of racing this week. We're going to continue live racing, of course, 1:15 tomorrow. Next week, remember, 1:15 tomorrow, but next week, starting Monday, we're going to go with that early 1 o'clock post. Obviously, a lot going on Monday. You got the contest, and you got the 2 big stakes races, including the New York Derby, one of the biggest races of the year. We got a horse that just ran into Grade 2, coming back to run here against the New York breds. Interested to see how he does. Some big names, Castellano, Manny Franco coming here to Finger Lakes, some big name trainers. Should be a lot of excitement, a lot of fun. That's coming up next week, Monday, New York Derby Day. So, of course, live racing continues tomorrow, one more day of the week, 1:15 first post then.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Going to be hitting the track in about 3 minutes today for the post parades with the heat, so we'll come on right around now every race to go over the selections. Early pick 4 starts here, early double starts here. I landed on the slight favorite, the 5 Dharma, who was cross-entered in our New York Oaks this coming Monday. But leading trainer Michael Anthony Ferraro did not get to be the leading trainer by running maidens in stakes races. So he will stretch her out around 2 turns here against fellow maidens, a couple of second-place finishes to start her career. Blinkers go on for her third start. She's by Good Samaritan out of a Mizzen-Mast mare. 2 turns should not be an issue. These numbers, though, for a guy who wins at such a high percentage, he's not big with blinkers on and first-time blinkers, the sprint to route move. They're not huge percentages, and they're horrible ROIs. Percentage is a little better when it's 2 sprints to a route, 2 for 10, but he doesn't do it that often. Still, with all of that said, Miss Wobbles ran well when this filly got beaten her debut. She came back and ran well enough second time out. Blinkers on, 2 turns. We'll try Dharma, who's now 8-5. Christophe Clement, who will send Pandagate, third-place finisher in the UAE Derby over in Dubai. His first start since that third-place finish to Forever Young, who was right on the wire in a 3-horse photo in the Kentucky Derby this year. Sends out a first-time starter, Go New York Go, the number 3 by Nyquist out of a Bernardini mare. Mixed results for the mare, some turf, some dirt. Consensus is going long. She spent a couple of months at beautiful Belmont Park, April and May, before heading up to Saratoga in June. Solid, if not spectacular, work tab again for this start of Nyquist, who ships over. She's taken some money at 2-1. And then finally the 4, Turn Up the Music, had a couple of starts around 2 turns for John Buckley with Kevin Navarro aboard. Ran into Jayla, who won by a pole last time, just missed finishing second to Happy Time for Jim Aquilano, who's also in here. She was third behind another Clement runner, the only other horse he sent out here so far, Settling Storm. Jayla was second to Settling Storm. She came back to graduate, so Turn Up the Music makes sense, and she's the best price of the 3 I like at 5-1. 5, 3, 4. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They are there courtesy of Equibase each and every racing day. Pick 4 starts here, the early one. Best of luck here on this Tuesday at Finger Lakes. Horses are on their way out to the track. And here is the field for today's opener. The one is Jason Liam with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the other part of the entry, 1A, She Shadow. The 2 is Bella Mama with Stephen Frett. Scratch the other part of the entry, 2B, 7's Up. The 3 is Go New York Go with Kay Bracoa. The 4 is Turn Up the Music, Kevin Navarro rides. Here's the 5, Dharma, with Luis Perez. The 6 is Happy Time, with Andre Worry. And the 7 is April 1st, with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 8, Dreamery. Post time for the opener. The start of the early pick 4 and the early double is in just over 3 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Tuesday opener has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Jason Liam's in, followed by Go New York Go. Turn Up the Music just went forward. Here's Bella Mama. Don't forget, PP's available over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, each and every racing day. As Dharma goes in. Favoritism between Dharma and Clement Förster. Go New York Go. Here's Happy Time. April 1st, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bella Mama shows first. There's Dharma to her outside. Along the rail is Jason Liam. The first there, Go New York Go, alters course to the 4 path. And we come back to April 1st. Turn Up the Music. And the trailer is Happy Time. 8 lengths, covers them all as Bella Mama, the long shot, has a short lead, a half length to the good of Dharma around the clubhouse turn through an opening quarter and an easy 25 seconds flat. Third on the outside is Go New York Go. Saving all the ground in fourth is Jason Liam. It's a gap of 3 to Turn Up the Music. Far outside to April 1st. Happy Time splits them as they make their way up the backstretch here at Finger Lakes. Bella Mama, there's room at the rail for Jason Liam as Dharma presses from the outside. Go New York Go. Koa has her on hold as they go the half in an even 50 seconds flat. They're making their way to the far turn. Bella Mama. Dharma just took the lead away from Bella Mama. Go New York Go right on top of Dharma's move and took the lead away from her right there. She's got a head in front. Does Go New York Go? Dharma tries to keep pace and battles right back along the inside. Luis Perez goes to work on Dharma. Koa's on Go New York Go through 3/4 and 1:15. Flat, they've left the rest of them 5 behind. Off the turn, into the stretch. Dharma, here's Go New York Go on debut. Go New York Go has the lead. Dharma tries to battle back down the center. Turn Up the Music, trying to make a race of it late. In deep stretch, Go New York Go wanders to the middle of the track. Now she wanders in. It affected Dharma. Down the center, here comes Turn Up the Music. She's turning up the pressure. Turn Up the Music, Go New York Go. Go New York Go is going to cross the line first. Then it was Turn Up the Music, Dharma and Jason Liam. Final time was 1:47.3. Number 3, Go New York Go was first. 4, Turn Up the Music second. 5, Dharma third. 1, Jason Liam fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a steward's inquiry and a jockey's objection. The rider of the number 5, Dharma, the third place finisher, is lodging an objection against the rider of the number 3, Go New York Go, your unofficial winner, for interference in the stretch. Once again, steward's inquiry and jockey's objection. The rider of the number 5, Dharma, against the rider of the unofficial winner, the 3, New York Go. Go New York Go, for interference in the stretch. Please hold all tickets. Result stands. Upon review, the stewards feel the incident did not affect the outcome. 3-4-5-1 in race 1 here at Finger Lakes. In and out of the winner's circle was the number 3, Go New York Go. The 3-year-old daughter of Nyquist, out of the Bernardini mare, Final Escrows, a New York bred. Go New York Go is owned by Waterville Lake Stables, trained by Christophe Clement, winning rider, Cabercoa. $2 exacta, 3-4, 19 even. 50-cent try, 3-4-5, $10.80. And the 10-cent super, 3-4-5-1, $4.72. Race 2 comes up next. It starts the first pick 3 of the day. No scratches or rider changes in race 2. Post time for the second is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, this Monday, stakes action returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack as we host the $150,000 New York Derby and the $75,000 New York Oaks for the New York bred 3-year-olds and New York bred 3-year-old fillies, respectively. It comes up this Monday with a special new post time here at Finger Lakes for the next few months, 1 p.m. Post time beginning Monday will be 1 p.m. Panda Gate, trained by Christophe Colon, who won our opener, ships in off a third-place finish in the UAE Derby out at Maiden in Dubai to take on 5 others in the New York Derby, while local heroine Sweet Brown Sugar faces a field of 4 or 5 others in the New York Oaks. Both races will be contested at a mile and a 16th. And speaking of contests, the handicapping contest returns this Monday here at Finger Lakes. It's free for you lucky North members. Registration begins when the doors open at 11:30 a.m. $1,000 cash prize to the winner. It'll be on races 1 through 8. The contest will be on races 1 through 8, despite there being 9 races on the Monday card. Races 1 through 8 with that special first post now going forward of 1 p.m. If you're a DRF.com member on Monday, there will be free DRF PPs. Head over to DRF.com. As long as you're a member, your Finger Lakes PPs are free. And, of course, if you need past performances, you can go to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, each and every racing day. They are there courtesy of Equibase. That's this Monday. The $150,000 New York Derby, the $75,000 New York Oaks. Stakes action returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. First post going forward is 1 p.m.
in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, Go Nye Go able to run a big race there, but did get a little erratic in the stretch. Didn't affect the outcome, so gets the victory. Kiberkoa for Christophe Clement. Good effort, first time out, although a little bit made it interesting by being a little erratic in the late going. Second race, maiden race for fillies and mares, goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. You see the early money for the 7, My Kind of Mischief, for Ronnie Breed Jr. This one does face some easier competition and does have some good early speed. I guess the one issue when you're taking a horse at 4 to 5 is she hasn't had the best of form, even though against better horses, as she hasn't hit the board in her last 5 starts. Her best effort was her debut as a 2-year-old. She ran a good second at Saratoga, but hasn't really done much since. Actually, her best race was on the turf since, so her last 4 dirt races, she's lost by over 15 lengths or more, finishing off the board in all of them. But she does get some easier competition here, and she is attracting a lot of play at 4 to 5. Horse that I liked as a little bit of a long shot is the 5 East Harbor. Gets a big jockey switch to Jackie Davis, turns back in distance. The last couple sprints that she's been in special weights, she's hit the board in both of them against arguably tougher fields. So it's going to be a price here at 8 to 1 off of the last poor effort, but it could have been the route. And also, you had a lone speed winner in Jayla. Of course, Turn Up the Music ran third in that race. Turn Up the Music almost won the last race with the other horse being erratic. Probably a little bit of fear at the end of the other horse going in and out that cost her the victory. So she does come out of a good race in that sense. And she's at odds of 8 to 1. Going to be a good price in this race. Exoti's a tricky read. She just backed up out of it. Maybe getting the dirt kicked in her face or something. I don't know. She had no excuse in her last start. If she could run back to her last race of last year, she ran good. Ran second to Sweet Brown Sugar. So a good effort for Exotis. She's capable, but she's got to run better than what she did last time. That's one of the better efforts for Exotis. And then you got another horse to consider would be East Wick Lasting Speed, if she's able to get the lead over My Kind of Mischief, who was the pressing speed. So I went with a 5-7-1-6 here in race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in the second.
And to follow along what Dave was saying here, interesting race. I wound up on the favorite, My Kind of Mischief, Ronnie Breed. I can't blame anybody for taking a shot against this favorite, but, you know, the rest of them have had a lot of chances. Save the 8 Major Mayhem, who we'll get to in a minute. I just took the circuit relief, if I'm being honest. I think that might just be enough. I'm going to tell you another thing. I think the 5.5 is going to help, because this filly's shown some speed, and she just looks like she has some distance limitations. And sometimes, yes, they can be 6 furlongs. Those could be distance limitations. So she goes 5.5. She's won 5.5 once in her life. It was her best effort. It was her debut up in Saratoga. 11 months to the day. I put My Kind of Mischief on top. Exotis from the rail was first time Lasix last time, and she didn't do a stitch of running. You really thought, at least I did, coming off the layoff with the good effort, dueling on the front end, tiring late, cutting back. I thought she would be in a good spot last time, and she was not good at all. But I think it's a good sign that Ralph D'Alessandro gives her another chance in the special weight rank, so we'll put her second. And then the 8 Major Mayhem. I know Dave put East Harbor, the other Rachel Sells, on top of here. I think if one of them does any damage here, though, it'll be Major Mayhem, who gets leading rider Caber Koa, which is an interesting move here. Obviously, John Davila out with injury. Koa picks this daughter of Speightster up. First time Lasix. She broke from the rail first time out. Look, I'm always very forgiving of debuts. I'm certainly going to be forgiving of a debut from the rail. She actually took a little money at 10 to 1 in a big field. It was a 9-horse field. Going to give her one more chance here on a spread, going to the far outside post and getting Koa in the boot, 16 to 1. I don't know how she's the longest shot on the board. That's a crazy price on her. 718, that's my area code down in Queens. For me, in race number 2, the fillies and mares are heading out to the gate, to the track, rather. The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Exodes with Emmanuel De Diego. The 2 is Nurse Benny with Jeremias Flores. The 3 is With Lasting Speed. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 4 is Eddie's Rocket with Heeman Harkey. The 5 is East Harbor. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. The 6 is Joyful Departure with Joel Cruz. The 7's My Kinda Mischief with Andre Worry. And the 8's Major Mayhem. Cabercoa tries to sweep the early double. The first pick 3 today starts here. Post times in just over 3 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order here, the first one to go in is the number 2, Nurse Bunny, who acts up a bit. Jeremiah Flores jumps off. And he will patiently wait on the starting gate. Nurse Bunny's in. And Jeremiah is back aboard. To the inside is Exodes. Wit Lasting Speed goes in. Not to be confused with Wit Dashing Speed, who ran yesterday. Eddie's Rocket goes up at a big price. Out of order goes in the favorite, My Kind of Mischief. Here's East Harbor. Joyful Departures next. And the last to load will be Major Mayhem. They're in the gate, and they're off. Off a bit slowly there was the favorite, My Kind of Mischief. Out first was Wit Lasting Speed. Exodes now from the rail, and Exodes and Emmanuel De Diego take over. They have a lengthen to the good of Wit Lasting Speed. Rushing up outside after the early miscue is My Kind of Mischief. The favorite's in third. Between horses, there's Eddie's Rocket. Nurse Bunny's at the rail. Gap of 3 lengths to Major Mayhem. And then the two at the back are East Harbor and Joyful Departure. Quick first quarter, 22-4. Exodes gets the lead up to 2 lengths. My Kind of Mischief trying to get around with Lasting Speed. Riding the rails is Nurse Bunny. Swinging to the outside. Here comes Eddie's Rocket. Off the turn and into the stretch. Exodes trying to see it through. She's got a 2-length lead. Up the rail comes Nurse Bunny with dead aim. Exodes, Nurse Bunny. Here's Eddie's Rocket down the center along with My Kind of Mischief. Exodes comes to the 16th pole with a 2-length lead. Nurse Bunny, My Kind of Mischief, Eddie's Rocket all give chase. Exodes going to win it by 3. Then it was Eddie's Rocket. Got close for third, My Kind of Mischief and Joyful Departure from a long way back in 106-4. Number 1, Exodes was first. It's a photo for second. Four, Eddie's Rocket second. 7, My Kind of Mischief third. 6, Joyful Departure was fourth. 1-4-7-6 here in race 2. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 1 Exodes. She's a 3-year-old daughter of war dancer out of the skip-away mare Smartly Away. A New York bred, Exodes is owned by David L. Smart and David J. Rollins. Trained by Ralph D'Alessandro, finished 1-2. Winning rider Emmanuel De Diego, and it's official. $2 double 3-1, 25.60. The $2 exacta, Ralph D'Alessandro 1-4, $289.50. 50-cent try 147, 245.75, and the 10-cent superfecta 1476, $399.40. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. There's no carryover into today's pick 6. Here are the scratches and jockey changes for the rest of the day. Here in race 3, you can scratch the 1 Doc Advantage, the 2 New York Anthem, and the 5 Trelade. Again in race 3, scratch the 1, 2, and 5. Race number 4, scratch the 5 Kateri Empire. Race 4, scratch the 5. Race 5, scratch the 2 Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch the 2. Nothing in the 6th, nothing in the 7th. If you turn to race 8, scratch the 3 Hot Rod Lincoln. Race number 8, scratch the 3. Post time for the 3rd, and the start of today's $1 pick 6 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 3 is Exodes. Yeah, that was it. It's just getting dirt kicked in her face. That's been the issue. She went from the rail. She was aggressive, sent to the front. And you don't get dirt in your face when nobody's in front of you. And it was a tough race to go to the front with that kind of speed in the race. The 7, My Kind of Mischief, didn't break all that sharp. So it was whip-lasting speed that she had to worry about getting pressed. But she was better than those horses as she was able to keep going today. Emmanuel Di Diego for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro wins the second race. Okay, third race is an optional claiming allowance race. It's a good one. 15,000 is the optional tag. Don't believe anybody's in for the tag, as you got a pretty good field that are in for the allowance conditions, and mainly the presence of Jack and Bernie. He was had a great 3-year-old season. He was up for Horse of the Year. His only bad races were on off tracks. The Leon Reed, where he didn't break at all, and really compromised by the break more than anything. His other race on an off track, he kind of opened up a big lead and stopped late on the slop. So, maybe it had to do with the off track. Got beat by a pretty good one in the Institute. But he came back off the layoff and looked professional with a victory in the George Barker. Looks like he's the horse to beat in here. He's just got to get the lead and keep going. It's only 5.5 furlongs. And if he runs his race, they're not going to beat him, and that's why he's 1-5. The 1A is Flowing River. Might be the main contender. Flowing River already has run behind Jack and Bernie in the past. Kind of chased the pace a little bit last time. Pompous Prince got the better of the trips, mainly because the pace backed up to Pompous Prince, and they ran a pretty decent time at 105 and change. Jack and Bernie, another ball game that Flowing River and Pompous Prince are going to go up against, as he wasn't in that race. But Flowing River could be in a situation where, with the other speed scratching, he could just kind of follow the leader with Jack and Bernie, and that would round out a pretty short exacta. The other horse he maybe play for the exacta would be Pompous Prince, who would take advantage if both Al Mundro and Flowing River try to go after Jack and Bernie. Both of them try to be aggressive. Pompous Prince can sit back and make a run and at least get second in here if Jack and Bernie puts away the other pressers and chasers. But that's kind of how it sums up here. Jack and Bernie, obviously the horse to beat. He looked the part last time. See if he can repeat that effort. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with this race.
Pick 6 time. Here, race 3 kicks it off, and if you're playing the pick 6 today, I believe you have your free bingo square to kick things off as the George W. Barker winner. Our first stakes of the season. Beautiful segue to Monday stakes action, New York Derby, New York Oaks. Remember, starting Monday, 1 o'clock, first post. Come on out. Handicapping contest is back. Lucky North members, free. $1,000 cash to the winner. 11:30, doors open. It's when you can start signing up downstairs. Should be a fun day of racing. 9-race card. Contest races 1 through 8. DRF.com members, free DRF PPs. And, of course, we always have our PPs for free at the website, fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. But Monday should be a real fun day. Jack and Bernie, gate to wire in the Barker. And not that he needed any help in here, but New York Anthem from the rail scratching certainly helps the cause because now he is the speed. He's got Little Matty Brown to his outside. Little Matty Brown has not been seen for nearly 9 months. And when he was seen, he was finishing off the board in 3 consecutive, including the Reed, where Jack and Bernie beat him 17 lengths after blowing the brake. So I would not worry about Little Matty Brown. I would imagine that Jack and Bernie is going to get win number 6 in his 8th career try here and set him up for the rest of the season for Deb Breed and Joel Cruz. I'm going to try and round it out. Chalky number here with Pompous Prince, who rides a 3-race win streak that dates all the way back to last November. He's 3 for 5 with a second in his 5 starts here at the Lakes. He, I would imagine Jack and Bernie goes. Little Maddie Brown claiming here. So this is pretty cut and dried to me. 3-7-1 as the field makes their way to the track. Best of luck here if you're playing the pick six. It starts in a little over 5 minutes. The field for race three is on the track. Scratch the one, Doc Advantage. The 1A is Flowing River with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 2, New York Anthem. The 3 is Jack and Bernie with Joel Cruz. The 4 is Almendro with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 5, Tralad. The 6 is Little Maddie Brown with Jose Baez. And the 7 is Pampas Prince with Cabracoa. Pick 6 wagering for $1 starts here. Post times in a little over 3 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Pick 6 starts here. The field for race 3. The start of today's $1 pick 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. The first one in is our George W. Barker winner, Jack and Bernie, current 2-5 favorite. Flowing Rivers next. Almendro goes in. Little Maddie Brown, first starting over 8 months. Last one to load is Pompous Prince, looking for 4 in a row. They're in the gate. And they're off. An uneventful beginning there for Jack and Bernie, who goes to the lead. Pressed by Almendro and Little Maddie Brown. Settled into 4th. Already 5 lengths from the lead is Pompous Prince. And along the rail, there's Flowing River. Jack and Bernie has the lead. He's got a length on the chasing duo of Almendro and Little Maddie Brown. Gap of 2.5 back to Flowing River. And Pompous Prince now at the back. Quick first quarter, 22 seconds flat. Jack and Bernie moving right along on the front end. They're on the far turn. It's all Jack and Bernie. Little Maddie Brown still chasing. Almendro gives way. Outside Pompous Prince. Flowing River hasn't left the iron. They're off the turn, and they're into the stretch. It's all Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie has a 5-length lead. Flowing River up the inside. Pompous Prince down the center. Past the 8th pole. Jack and Bernie is still 5 in front. It's all Jack and Bernie. Pompous Prince moves into 2nd, come down to the line. Jack and Bernie reports home a 3.5 length winner. Then it was Pompous Prince. Little Maddie Brown held show over Flowing River in a sharp 103-3. Number 3, Jack and Bernie was first. 7, Pompous Prince second. 6, Little Maddie Brown third. 1A, Flowing River fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 3, Jack and Bernie. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Destin, out of the Duckhorn mare Betty's Chance. A New York bred, Jack and Bernie's owned by Sherry Washburn, trained by Deborah Breed, winning rider Joel Cruz. And it's official. $2 double, 1-3, $7.90. $2 exact at 3-7, $4. 50-cent try, 3-7-6, $7.45. 10-cent super, 3-7-6-1, $2.70. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's pick 5. Here in the 4th, you can scratch the 5, Kateri Empire. Post time for race 4 is in just over 22 minutes.
horse are getting ready for the fourth race on the card, and another impressive effort from Jack and Bernie. Talk about the nominees for Horse of the Year last year, all three of them winning over the last 2 days, all of them looking good, but I think the most impressive was that one, Jack and Bernie, who just ran 103 and change in the third race for 5.5 furlongs and did it relatively effortlessly. That was the second start of the year, and he's been unchallenged. Joel Cruz for trainer Deborah Breed. Probably see that one in Saratoga, then back here for the Leon Reed. But what a racehorse he is, and he'll start off the pick six. You're not going to get a price on him. You probably won't see a price on him again this year. But today he goes off at odds of 1 to 5. Worth every bit of that 1 to 5. 5,000 claimer is the fourth, goes 5.5 furlongs. Doubt you'll see a 103 and change in this race. You see a couple that are getting bet in here. You figure Make a Joyful Noise was not going to be that 6-1 morning line. She ran well off the layoff last time. Ran a solid second behind Lady Quinn, who was making. Lady Quinn was making her first start of the season. She was in for the waiver claim, and she probably could have been competitive against allowance horses. The race that she ran, she looked good, and the way she ran, everybody else was running for second, and Make a Joyful Noise was the one who got second. And Lady Quinn with that race would beat these horses as well. So to run second to that one is a good effort for Make a Joyful Noise. She probably only needs to repeat that effort to be able to be right there or beat these, unless somebody else steps up and runs better than her. So she's got to be one of the main contenders in here, and she is getting some play at odds of 2 to 1. The current favorite is the Tricky Reed in here, the 4 Brisky Frolic. Yeah, she's run against so much tougher at Saratoga than even arriving here last year. She ran at the 11 and 9 level, going this distance, and she won. Now she returned, so she's only had 2 starts overall here at Finger Lakes, and the second start was her first start of the year, and she may have needed that race. I mean, she got bet. She didn't really have any visible excuse. I mean, she kind of chased a little bit. The race ended up falling apart, and it wasn't the toughest of 5,000 claimers. Of course, neither is this one. It was Miss Pab from way out of it that ended up winning the race, as the speed completely stopped in that particular race. Now, it was over and off track, and it was her first start of the year. So if she improves off of that effort and runs anything what she has in the past, she'd be another one that would win this race. And it is a positive sign that she is taking some early play. She's at odds of 9 to 5. Sabrine is known as always the bridesmaid, rarely the bride, but she did break through with a victory last time as a well-timed ride by Louis Perez. But again, it was a weaker field. And technically she's supposed to beat that field with her numbers and her back class. But she had a string of seconds there for a while where she had 4 straight seconds. She broke it up with a 4th place finish against a tougher field. I mean, that was an 11 and 9 field that she finished out of the top 3. Then, and keep in mind that at this distance, she's only been out of the exacta once. 9 starts at 5.5, 3 wins, 5 seconds. That's consistency, and you'd expect her to hit the board in here, even though it's a little tougher field than the field she just beat. She's at odds of 9 to 2. Hard to have a lot of faith in her winning, but you know, maybe she got a little confidence from that victory last time. The other one that could be dangerous in here is a horse that's not getting a lot of early play. That's Bonfire Diva. She's the inside of the speed. You got to figure Bad Connection is the speed of the speed, but Bonfire Diva has run well. I mean, she was dominant in her victory in the 3 Lifetime. Stephen Frett was aboard, kind of had her relax right off the speed, and then just took off and won pretty easily. She came back and ran a solid effort with a good second place finish when put on the front end. Last time maybe didn't run as well, but then again, the horse that won would probably beat most of these. Band from Midway was a much the best winner, came back to win out of that race, and she had to go a little quicker early, at least the first quarter, to get the lead. Now, she hasn't won at this distance, but she's also hasn't been in the kind of form that she's in right now, A lot of her races were in routes early in her career as well. So she's dangerous depending on what bad connection does early. That's the one she's got to worry about because that one's got speed on the outside. That can make her trip a little bit more difficult as far as what her game plan is in this race. But she's certainly good enough to run well against these horses and is dangerous as far as one of the win threats in here. Definitely a horse you got to consider using in race number 4. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts in the 4th. You got 7 minutes to post, so we scratch the 5, Kateri Empire.
Pick 5 time. Went a little off the reservation here for the Jack and Bernie. Nice performance there. 103-3, sharp racehorse time. Looking forward to seeing what kind of season he has. Went a little bit off the reservation here from picking a 1 to 5 shot. 13 to 1 on the 3, Sweet Invasion. 4th start of the season for Jim Aquilano. Ran the horse for this level first out of the box, and she just missed by a head to War Tapped. Over ahead for the 9, beaten back in for this last time. Ben from Midway was like a ring. They were like running a ringer that day. I don't know. She just didn't fire that day. I'm hoping she fires today. And she's a giant price at 13 to 1. I put the 2 Sabrine second. She got out of the beaten date race for 1 year. 1 in a year last time out pretty easily. We'll see if she can get a similar setup in here. You got some speed with Bonfire Diva and Bad Connection. They always put on a little bit of a front-running show. And then I'll round things out with the 4 Brisky Frolic, who returns just the 2nd start of the year for Maya. She didn't really do much running, and even money in her return. We'll see if she can improve second time out as your 2 to 1 favorite. 3, 2, 4. Fillies and Mares making their way to the track. Best of luck here if you're playing today's pick 5. Here is the field for race number 4. The 1 is Bonfire Diva with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 2 is Sabrine with Luis Perez. The 3 is Sweet Invasion. Kibrakoa's in the saddle. The 4 is Brisky Frolic with Carlos Camilo. Scratch the 5, Kateri Empire. The 6 is Make a Joyful Noise with Emmanuel De Diego. The 7's Bad Connection with Dalton Brown. The 8 is Mind of Gold with Kevin Navarro. And the 9 is Automated Teller with Jackie Davis. Once again, the pick 5 starts here. Post times in a little over 3 minutes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's 50-cent pick 5. Bonfire Diva and Sabrine are in. Here's Sweet Invasion at a big price. Brisky Frolic goes in. All the money came in on your current favorite, the number 6, Make a Joyful Noise, who's 6-5 as she goes in the starting gate. Bit reluctant. A little help from her starting gate friends, and she's in. Here's Bad Connection. Mind of Gold's up next. And Big Long Shot Automated Teller is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. They've broken a perfect line. There's Bad Connection for the lead. Bad Connection and Dalton Brown really intent on getting her to the front. She crosses and clears and has a 3-length lead. Bonfire Diva, no match early for Bad Connection. Moving up into thirds, the favorite, Make a Joyful Noise. Then we come back to the duo of Sabrine and Sweet Invasion. They're followed along the inside by Brisky Frolic. 3 deep. There is Mind of Gold, and at the back is Automated Teller up front. Bad Connection ripped through that opening quarter. She went 22-4. Bad Connection, Make a Joyful Noise, moved into second just around Bonfire Diva. From the back, Sweet Invasion. Along the inside, there's Risky Frolic as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. through a half mile in 46 flat. Bonfire Diva held the rail and got the lead. Make a Joyful Noise keeps coming. Bad Connection won't go away. Now Make a Joyful Noise surges and goes past Bonfire Diva. Make a Joyful Noise coming down to the line, widening the lead. She's going to win it by 4 at the end. It got dead tight for second. Bad Connection came back at Bonfire Diva. Looks like Mind of Gold's going to round out the Super and 106 flat. Number 6, Make a Joyful Noise was first. It's a photo for second. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Make a Joyful Noise. 6-year-old mare is a daughter of Dialed In. Out of the Unbridled Song Mare, Listen to My Song. Make a Joyful Noise is owned and trained by Timothy P. Murphy, winning rider. 2 on the day for Emmanuel De Diego. Number 1, Bonfire Diva was second. 7, Bad Connection third. 8, Mind of Gold fourth. 6, 1, 7, 8 here in race 4. $2 double, 3-6, $10.80. $2 out to 6-1, 38 even. 50-cent try, 617, 196 even. 10-cent super, 6178, $252 even. 50-cent pick 3, 136, $9.15. And the 50-cent pick 4 returned $22.62. Race 5 comes up next. It starts the late pick 4. Scratch to 2, Anointed Spirit. Race 5, scratch to 2. No changes in races 6 or 7. And in race number 8, scratch to 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 8, scratch to 3. Post time for the 5th race. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 5. Make a joyful noise. Well, they found him. 9 to 5 was the price on her, and she was able to sit a nice enough trip behind the speed of Bad Connection and Bonfire Diva, and was able to outkick those rivals. Emmanuel Diego for the Murph, Tim Murphy, having a career year. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. Kind of a big scratch in here. Is that one did run pretty big last time, considering he was off a layoff. Bench press was in the same race. He ran pretty good too, considering he was off since August. So you would think, of the horses in here, the one that would take the biggest step forward might be bench press, considering he was off since August going into that race, and he still only lost the length to a horse that got alone on the lead, Riley B. Not that Riley B was any world beater, but he did have control of the pace. So give him a better chance today. Now, the one downside would be the amount of thirds this horse has. Only 1 for 17 with 8 thirds. And he's out of a dam whose only win was not on the dirt, was on the synthetic. But he's certainly got good enough form and good enough numbers that he should be able to handle these. And he's going to be a short price. Right now at odds of 3 to 2. An interesting price horse would be the 3, the Wipers on the Bus, stretching out of sprints. Might be one of the speeds in here. It's a Pennsylvania bred out of an unraced mare. When he did get the lead, when dropping to 5,000, got kind of a pedestrian pace, but just walked to victory that day. And hasn't done as well against winners, as he's been nowhere near the front in his 2 starts. It's not like he's that fast. But maybe on the stretch out to the route, with a little bit of back class in there and some decent breeding on the sire side anyway, this 4-year-old could be a factor in this race. He's at odds of 6 to 1. I mean, you're kind of shopping around here after you get past the favorite bench press, who should win on paper, but the rest of them, if that one falters, it's kind of tough to come up with who's the next best in here. Reunion Tour is not a horse who wins. He's 1 for 40 in his career, 0 for 6 at the distance. But his recent numbers are as good, if not better, than most of the horses in this field. And he did have an excuse last time, had some trouble in that race. He had a very troubled trip in that one. So you'd expect him to be a lot closer here. He ran behind Laz, who was lone speed and much the best in his race before. So you can figure him to make the number in here, but not a horse you'd have a lot of faith to win. He's the 3rd choice on the board. The other one they're playing is the 9, Stormandy. And he is off a layoff, but numbers-wise, maybe he's the biggest threat to bench press if he is fit and ready off of the layoff, but that's a big if, as he's been off since November, so 9 months away from the races. But he was very competitive against arguably tougher 2 lifetime fields when last seen in the fall. So he's the 2nd choice on the board at 7 to 2. And you can't blame anybody for betting him, because after you get past bench press, it's hard to really like anybody else. And if he had a race, he'd probably be the one. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. Again, scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is on the track. Here's the 1, bench press with Kevin Navarro. Scratch the 2, Anointed Spirit. The 3 is the Wipers on the Bus with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Hardly Working. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 5 is MCRR with Joel Cruz. The 6 is Reunion Tour. Emmanuel De Diego looks for his 3rd win on the card. The 7 is Chasing You with Michael Davila Jr. The 8's Dancing with Jake. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. And the 9, Stormandy with Jose Baez. All right, late pick 4 time. Make a Joyful Noise took all the money, 9 of 5. And to use a little harness parlance, Jiggy jogged in race number 4, kick off the pick 5. So that young man right there, the Wipers on the Bus, got a fantastic ride from Jackie Davis back on May 24th. She sensed no pace. She went to the lead, and they improved their position at each and every call, won by 7 lengths. Kind of faced a hot pace 2 back, was back in contention last time. This gelding's by Tapazar out of a Silver Deputy mare. Mile and 70, she hit the source right between the eyes. Like the maiden win, there is very little speed in this race. Chasing You, maybe. Hardly Working, maybe. A lot of maybes. And when your best race, and the Wiper on the Bus's best race, was when he went wire to wire, I hope Jackie just blasts off today. Square price at 6-1. I'll try him. The 1 bench press makes a lot of sense. He returned from an August layoff. He was gone nearly 10 months, and he ran a bang-up 3rd to get beat just a length against Similar. First time for Carl O'Callahan, who's having a very nice meet. He came back with a good breeze, even though he just raced a couple of weeks ago. Bench press is even money. And, you know, in these bottom-level claiming races, it's hard to say a horse deserves to be even money. I don't think any of them deserve to be even money, but he should be the clear-cut favorite in here, and he is. And then the 6, Reunion Tour. Ralphie D looking for another win on the card. This one might have some distance limitations, but I feel like he's one that could be tucked up maybe 3 or 4 lengths off the lead. And if the pace is quote-unquote cheap and comes back, could be one of the first ones to strike the lead. And maybe that'll be enough against this bunch. I don't know. 3-1-6 for you Stone Cold Steve Austin fans. Best of luck here in the 5th as we kick off the late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time as we kick off the late pick 4. Don't forget, next Monday, stakes action returns here. New York Derby, New York Oaks, $150 and $75,000 added respectively. A mile and a 16th for the New York bred and the New York bred fillies. Panda Gate returns from Dubai. Sweet Brown Sugar defends her turf in the Oaks. Should be a fun day. Second contest of the year as well. First post starting Monday, 1 p.m. as bench press. Your 6-5 favorite goes in, followed by the Wipers on the Bus. Here's Hardly Working. MC Double R goes in. Reunion Tour's next. Here's Chasing You. Dancing with Jake. And some late money coming in on Stormandy the Gray. He's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes the Wipers on the Bus from the inside for the lead. Reunion Tour's there as well. Trio on the outside of Chasing You, Dancing with Jake, and Stormandy, who's going to be spun 4 or 5 wide into that turn. The Wipers on the Bus is now dropped back, just passed by Hardly Working. The two at the back are MCRR, and the favorite bench press is going to have to pass them all as they make their way around the clubhouse, turning a sensible 25-1. That was the opening quarter. Reunion Tour found himself on the lead. Chasing You doing just that, a half length behind. Then we come back to Hardly Working, who's under restraint in third. The Wipers on the Bus is to the inside of Dancing with Jake. Sixth is Stormandy, who's just ahead of MCRR, and bench press is still at the back. 50-2 for the half. Nearly identical opening quarters here as Reunion Tour. There's room at the rail for Hardly Working. Chasing You's under a drive. 3 wide. Here's Dancing with Jake as Stormandy wanders to the inside. MCRR revving up. Bench presses out of last as the field makes their way around the far turn. Reunion Tour Emmanuel De Diego's looking for 3 on the day and trying to see it through 115 and 3 for 3/4. Hardly working at a big price, trying to ratchet up the pressure from the inside. Stormandy trying to chime in as well. Off the turn and into the stretch. Reunion Tour has a length lead. He's got Hardly working to the inside. Stormandy in the middle. Down the center's Dancing with Jake. And Bench Press trying to make a race of it late. 16th pole. Reunion Tour's almost home. Here's Dancing with Jake. But Reunion Tour is going to take on Flag Fall to that's all. It was a re-rally from Stormandy for second over Dancing with Jake and Bench Press in 146 and 4. Number 6, Reunion Tour was first. It's a photo for second. Number 9, Stormandy was second. 8, Dancing with Jake third. 1, Bench Press fourth. 6-9, 8-1 here in race number 5. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6 Reunion Tour. 6-year-old gelding is a son of Super Saver. Out of the Distorted Humor Mare, 1 show only. A New York bred, Reunion Tour is owned by Adrian D'Alessandro. 2 wins on the day for Ralphie D, Ralph D'Alessandro, and 3 on the day for rider Emmanuel De Diego. And it's official. $2 double, 6-6, 34.20. $2 exacta, 6-9, 60.50. 50-cent try, 6-9-8, 110 and a quarter. Dime super, 6-9, 8-1, $54.20. And the 50-cent pick 3, 3-6-6, $19.50. Race 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. No changes in the upcoming 6th race. Post time for race 6 is in just over 20 minutes.
in the paddock for race number 6. Looking back at the 5th, it was just pace makes the race, and they absolutely crawled up front. Reunion Tour just doesn't even have any speed, was able to inherit the lead, and really maybe that's what that horse needs, is he just finishes behind horses today, getting the front end. And the big favorite bench press way back and tried to circle the field wasn't going to happen with that pace. Reunion Tour able to hold on, get another win for Ralph D'Alessandro, a couple on the day, and Manuel Di Diego aboard with a heads-up ride and a good victory. 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition is this race, and a couple horses getting some play in here. You got the 6, that's Central Love, getting some action. You also got the 8, Bushwick Bruiser, getting some action at 2-1. Bushwick Bruiser's, has been having a fitness edge his last couple, but he's been running pretty good. Central Love takes a drop in class and will stretch out after hitting the board in a couple sprints against some tough fields. Does have more seconds and thirds than victories, but he's got some tactical speed where he can be close up with the speed of Blue Lieutenant and an obvious player with a drop in class. It's kind of a scary drop because the horses run pretty decently at the 11-9 level. The 3 horses, Sea Tiger, more of an underneath type, as he ran well last time. He just didn't get the pace flow that he needed, as Colton Goes was the best in there and kept going. And Sea Tiger maybe needing a couple races. That was his first route of the year after running a sprint in the waiver claim, so you would expect him to run his better race here. And if he's hitting the board last time in the same condition, and he should be around somewhere in this one. He's a big price right now at odds of 9-1. The 1 horse is Blue Lieutenant, who does look like the inside speed of the race. And this one could be dangerous. He's got some decent route breeding. He's only tried 1 route in his career. He's had 24 races, and he hit the board in it. So the breeding's there. He's a golden sense. He's the inside speed of the race, and it's just a matter of how quick this pace is. There is other horses that could show some speed in here. You got Lorenzen, Central Love, and Riley B, who flashed speed last time and won gate to wire. So it all depends on the pace flow if they keep him in the race. But he's a big price at 16-1. The 5-8 weeks long, compromised by the start last time, but he's like Sea Tigers. It's kind of an underneath type as it is. It's been a while since he's seen the winner's circle. He's never seen it here, but he's always run pretty decently at this bottom level to make numbers, and probably will again today. He's at odds of 11-1. Kind of the profile of the last horse that won Reunion Tour. Hits the board somewhat at the level and just found a way to win that last time. Maybe needed a slow pace up front. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. You got about 6 minutes to post.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Blue Lieutenant. Joel Cruz looks for his second win on the card. The 2 is Vibe Setter with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Sea Tiger. Cabracoa looks for his second win on the day. The 4 is Bam Bam Warrior with Andre Worry. The 5 is 8 Weeks Long with Anthony Rodriguez. The 6 is Central Love. Michael Davila Jr. rides. The 7 is Lorenzen with Jeremiah Flores. The 8 is Bushwick Bruiser with Jackie Davis. The 9's Riley B with Heeman Harkey. The 10's Uncle Vic. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. And the 11 is Take the Edge with Stephen Frett. I will be quick here about this. Field of 11 going to go a mile and 70. Sea Tiger, third off the layoff, second time back going a route this season for John Grabowski. Koa looks for his second on the day. Was finished up nicely last time. Just missed behind Bushwick Bruiser for second. We'll try him. He had a win 7 tries here last year, one at this mile and 70-yard distance. The 8, Bushwick Bruiser, came from a long way back to get second. Last time he was second 2 starts back behind runaway winner Lars. He keeps creeping closer and closer, trying to give the barn its first win of the year. And then finally, 7-5 favorites, number 6, Central Love. This horse sprinted 3 times so far this season for David Oyola, and now is going to get back around the route of ground. So his races last year going along were pretty good, but he's winless. Couple of seconds, couple of thirds. Had that one off the board performance, but that was against Allowance Company where it was way over his head. Yeah, look, he's formidable going along, but he's winless at the distance, and I would not want anybody in here at that short of a price. So I went 386. Just so happens that the horse I put on top is the best price of the 3 I like. It's the 3 Sea Tiger, who is a juicy 6-1. Final pick 3 of the day here, folks. Get involved. Best of luck here in race 6. Less than a minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Kicking off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Blue Lieutenant goes in to stall 1. Vibe Setter goes forward. Here's Sea Tiger. Bam, bam, Warriors in. Eight Weeks Long goes forward. Here's your current 8-5 favorite, Central Love. Lorenzen's next at a big price. Bushwick Bruiser goes forward. Here's Riley B. And a couple of big long shots round out the load. It's Uncle Vic. And Take the Edge. Uncle Vic a bit reluctant. He's in. Here's Take the Edge. They're in the gate. And they're off. Both the 7 Lorenzen and the 8 Bushwick Bruiser were off slowly. Central Love from between goes for the lead. There's Blue Lieutenant at the rail, and Uncle Vic makes it 3 across the track. Trying to split them is Riley B. Those 4 have a length and a half on Bam Bam Warrior, who is shadowed by 8 Weeks Long. To 8 Weeks Long outside is Take the Edge. Then we come back to Lorenzen, who's trying to move up after the early miscue. Vibe Setter is behind him as the field makes their way around the first turn through a quick opening quarter in 24-1. It's Blue Lieutenant from the rail. Central Love, the favorite, stalks in second. Gap of 2 lengths back to Uncle Vic, who's third. Riley B follows in fourth. Then we come back to Bam Bam Warrior. Outside of him is 8 Weeks Long. Lorenzen's there. Vibe Setter's at the back, along with Sea Tiger. And splitting those 2 is Bushwick Bruiser, who's back in Brooklyn, 48-1 for the half. And approaching the far turn, there goes Central Love. Michael DeVilla Jr. turns the favorite loose, and Central Love puts a quick length on Blue Lieutenant. Here comes Riley B. From the back, Lorenzen trying to chime in. 8 Weeks Long has a lot of work to do. Here comes Sea Tiger as well as the field makes their way through 3 quarters in 1:13-4. Riley B just went past Central Love, who battles right back along the inside. It's Central Love who retakes the lead. Central Love another length in front. Riley B tries to keep coming at him in second. Then we come back to Lorenzen. They're in deep stretch. Central Love's almost home. Another rally from Riley B. Central Love, Riley B, Central Love, Riley B, Central Love, 3 parts of a length. Then it was Riley B. Looked like Lorenzen was third, maybe take the edge for fourth in 146 and 4. Number 6, Central Love was first. 9, Riley B. second. 7, Lorenzen third. It's a photo for fourth. Number 11, Take the Edge, was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Central Love. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Central Banker. Out of the Corinthian there, Raging Diva. A New York bred. Central Love is owned and trained by David Oyola, winning rider Michael Davila Jr. $2 double, 6-6, 34.60. $2 exacta, 6-9, 33.60. 50-cent try, 697, 236.75. And the 10-cent super, 6-9, 711, $333.50. Race 7 comes up next. The late double starts in race 7. No scratches or jockey changes in race 7. In race 8, scratch the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 8, scratch the 3. Post time for the 7th is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, 2 claims out of race 6. The number 3, Sea Tiger, Went to new owners Victor and Nancy Salvato, new trainer Ilmar Loiza. And the 6, race winner the 6, Central Love, to new owner Angel Lopez, new trainer Arcadio Lopez. Again, the 3 and 6 both claimed out of race 6.
In the paddock for race number 7, the Central Love does not disappoint on the drop in class. It did make it interesting as Riley B made a nice middle move to make a run at him, but he was able to hold that one off and get the victory. Michael Davila for David Iola. 7th race, an allowance race, number 1 2 condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. See the early play for the 7 Petrolo. Ran a good race in a solid solid route last time. You can see a couple of horses come out of that race. Love That Bird, I believe, is entered for, I want to say next week, next Tuesday. That one was pretty good. I mean, that was a big performance for Love That Bird to win that one. It's almost like the top 2 finishers probably had the worst of the trips, so they both ran pretty big. And you can't take anything away from Petrolo because Love That Bird ran absolutely huge, returning to Finger Lakes. Well, that was the second starter of the track. Manny Franco rode this horse when he broke his maiden in the slop back in October. His numbers are a little bit better than these rivals. He comes out of a good race, and he's one of the major players in here. Right now, getting all the play at odds of even money. The one horse is English Storm. He broke his maiden, and then just didn't get the trip that he needed last time. They didn't go that fast up front. Front speed was relatively good. And I think the start really hurt this one's chances. It was very compromised as he did have that late running style, at least for that race, trying to close ground. Not so much this race as he draws the rail and should set a nice trip from that inside position. He's got a good number for the distance, and he stretches out. And he's been long before, mostly on different surfaces. But off the recent form here at Finger Lakes, you got to think that he could be a factor in this race with the right kind of trip. The 6 horse is Solo Tonight. He's off of a maiden special weight win. He's not getting much play, but he ran and beat a pretty good field yesterday, and one of the second to a 1-2 shot, which was sent here for Wesley Ward. So Solo Tonight hasn't run a bad race since arriving at Finger Lakes, and maybe he can make it 2 in a row, stepping up against winners for the first time. So 7 minutes to post for the 7th. We start the last double. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta offered in.
The field for race 7's out on the track. The 1 is English Storm with Andre Worry. The 2 is I'm Just. Michael DeVilla Jr. looks to go back to back. The 3 is Free Folk with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is American Highlight with Joel Cruz looking for his second win on the card. The 5 is With No Name with Anthony Rodriguez. The 6 is Solo Tonight with Luis Perez. The 7 is Petrolo. Cabracoa looks for his second win on the card. And the 8 is King Kali. Emmanuel De Diego looks for win number 4 on the afternoon. I have a decent opinion in here. And I don't know if I missed something, guys and gals and guys. I do not like Petrolo in this spot. 4 to 5. I went to the horses on the screen, Free Folk. I've been waiting for him to stretch this horse out. Jeffrey Englehart got the money with him last time. First time Lasix. I tried him 2 back, so of course he wins last time and pays $860. Just to be off, big angle, if you don't know it already. But now he gets the son of more spirit out of an elusive quality mare around 2 turns. This is another race where there's not a ton of speed on paper. King Kali, the 8, went to the lead last time. He kind of found himself there. They went 6 furlongs. He went 48 to the half that day, alternating on the lead. So there's not a lot of true speed in here. Again, it didn't work with Wipers on the bus, but I hope Heeman Harkey puts this horse on the front end today and tries to take him gate to wire. 6 to 1's a really nice price on Free Folk. We'll try him. The 6 Solo Tonight. He just missed going the mile and 70 a couple of times when stretching out around 2 turns. Then he got the job done last time at a juicy 10-20. Didn't have the best start that day, but he overcame the tough trip and got the job done for Ferraro Sr. I thought he made an awful lot of sense here as well. And then the 2, I'm Just, gets that circuit relief. I know he's a little suspect off of the void claim back in August of last year. We didn't see him until April. He broke his maiden. We didn't see him again until June. And now he winds up here. But he's coming back quick. I think that's a good sign. Coming back in 17 days. Ronnie Breed's having a fantastic meet. We've talked about this ad nauseum already, not for him. Michael DeVilla Jr. is riding in fine form. He's looking to go back to back. And he's a big price at 10 to 1. I didn't like English Storm on the stretch out. I didn't like Petrolo. I guess Petrolo has a little bit more of a case to be made than English Storm does, but they're the first 2 choices in here, and I'm going to try and beat both of them. I went 3-6-2. Best of luck if you're playing a late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the late double. In goes English Storm. Next is I'm Just. Free Folk goes in. Here's American Halite. With No Name goes forward. Here's Solo Tonight. Even Money Favorite Petrolo goes in. King Kali, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Solo Tonight did not get off to the best of beginnings. He spots the field 3 lengths. There's Free Folk for the lead. King Kali joins him on the outside in second. A line of 3 behind them. Now Petrolo is the aggressor and goes 4 wide into the turn. Between horses, there's With No Name. At the rail, steadied there is English Storm. 3 lengths back to I'm Just, American Halite, and after the miscue, Solo Tonight trails. He's already 15 from the front. Opening quarter went in 24-3. Free Folk hounded by King Kali. Petrolo 3 wide on that turn. Between them's With No Name. At the rails, English Storm. There's only 3 lengths separating the front 5. 3 deep is American Halite. He's in 6th, just ahead of I'm Just, who's being steadied there a bit, and still at the back is Solo Tonight. Free Folk leads 49-second flat half mile. It's Free Folk a half length. King Kali keeps applying pressure. Up the inside's English Storm. Petrolo, Koa waiting to give him his cue. Back in 5th is American Halite. Then I'm Just. From the back, Solo Tonight revs up the trailers With No Name. Here comes Petrolo with a 3 wide bid, trying to get by Free Folk and King Kali, who are still hanging in there through 3 quarters and 114. Free Folk on the inside, cuts the corner and maintains a half-length lead. Petrolo keeps grinding away. King Kali won't go away. Now Petrolo gets by Free Folk. It's Petrolo and Free Folk. Down the center, here comes English Storm, and to his outside, Solo Tonight. In deep stretch, Petrolo's almost home. Free Folk still there, but Petrolo's going to get to the line first. Petrolo by 2 on the line. Dead tight for second, English Storm or Free Folk in 145-3. Number 7, Petrolo was first. It's a photo for second. Number 1, English Storm was second. 3, Free Folk third. 6, Solo Tonight finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Petrolo. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Bellamy Road. Out of the Read the Footnotes, may I be noteworthy. The New York bred, Petrolo is owned by Bond Racing Stable, trained by Kevin Bond. 2 wins on the day for jockey Cabercoa. $2 double, 6, 7, $12.40. $2 exacta, 7, 1, 14, 20. 50-cent try, 7, 1, 3, 14, 62. 10-cent super, 7, 1, 3, 6, $11.17. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta, try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. Race 8, scratch the 3. Post time for the finale is in a little over 21 minutes. Don't forget, folks, 1:15 post tomorrow, then Monday. Post time switches here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack to 1 o'clock, and stakes action returns on Monday as 6 New York breds will go a mile on the 16th in the $150,000 New York Derby, and 5 or 6 fillies will go the same distance for $75,000 in the New York Oaks. Their races 7 and 5 respectively on Monday's card. Pandagate, third in the UAE Derby in Maiden in Dubai, makes his first start since that March night. Looking to return against fellow New York breds. For Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis will begin to ride. And on the filly front, local heroines, Sweet Brown Sugar looks to stay undefeated in 4 starts at Finger Lakes when she takes on the fillies at a mile on the 16th in the $75,000 New York Oaks. Both races are part of our second handicapping contest of the season. That's right. Contest returns Monday as well. Doors open 11:30. That's when registration begins. It's free for all Lucky North members. $1,000 cash prize to the winner. Come on out this Monday. If you're a DRF.com member, there'll be free DRF Finger Lakes PPs for you that day. Head over to DRF.com for those PPs. And if you need free PPs each and every racing day of our 2024 meet, head over to FingerLakesGaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase. That's this Monday. New post time begins. It's 1 p.m. and stakes action returns. The New York Derby and the New York Oaks. Right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card, and it was Petrolo, a little easier competition today, and was able to show his stuff as no love that bird in that one. So we go to the 8th. Just a reminder, we are going to continue running Monday through Wednesday this week. Still a 1:15 first post time tomorrow, but then starting Monday, we're going to go to a 1 o'clock first post time, and we're going to do that until early September. So 1 o'clock first post starting on Monday. Tomorrow, normal 1:15. Of course, Monday, a big day here. We got the New York Derby and the New York Oaks. $150,000 race in the New York Derby. Got a really strong field. A horse that ran third overseas in a grade 2 there. Coming back to face New York Breds. Never lost to New York Breds. He's going to highlight the New York Derby. And then you got a couple good ones in the Oaks as well. That takes place on Monday. Big day. We also got the contest. We finished this day with a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 5.5. We scratched the 3. Red Hot Lincoln. See, the early favorite is the 7. He's got the Jack. Question is, can he shake loose on this field? He drops off of a win. The win was off of the layoff. Now, there's a positive, negative to that. The positive is, obviously, he won off the layoff. Good effort holding off McDonough. The negative is he was aided by a speed-favoring racetrack. So he still ran well, and he can improve off of that race. The interesting thing is he drops off of the victory. Obviously a strong player. And the big thing is, does he get loose? The scratch of Red Hot Lincoln helps a little, but you got to figure Norgate's got a little speed as well. But not a ton of pace in this race that he does have a shot to make the front end. He's currently at odds of 4 to 5. Hutch is an interesting one, the 5 horse. He's off a layoff, but he is working well for the return. You look at his races at 5,000, he's always right there. He was facing better than that in the route races, and he always caught some tough horses in those routes. But 5,000 comes back with a waiver. If he runs his race, he should be right there. 4 for 5 in the top 3 at the distance, and just at the bottom should be in the mix. The other horse that I used was the 2 Hyper Speed. Hyper Speed, poor effort last time, maybe compromised by the start, but his previous start against 5,000s was good. Comes out of a relative key race with Crunch BBB, and if he can bounce back with a drop in class, he could be a player in race number 8. See all the money coming in for he's got the Jack. Exacta Tri Super offered in the last. Again, we scratched the 3, Red Hot Lincoln.
All right, 7 minutes to post for our finale. Back at it tomorrow, 1:15 post. Last 1:15 post for a while. Starting Monday, like I said earlier, first post will be 1 p.m. Going to take a little shot against the favorite. He's got the Jack here. I'm always following anybody who's got the Jack, by the way. Hyper Speed. He lost all chance at the start last time against Superb Sunrise. I feel like he's run against better in his last few. Same level, but a little bit, well, last time was against double the price, but same level in the other 2 races, but tougher fields. I think here he's just got to beat He's Got the Jack, who was good last time, but now he's dropping. And, you know, maybe his best bullet was going to be fired off the layoff when he was fresh. We'll see what happens. And last time he was able to get loose. He might be able to get loose again. But you got Norgay from the rail who showed some speed in his first start up here last time out behind Superb Sunrise. So we'll see if Hyper Speed, you never assume he's going to break poorly again. We'll see. I took Hyper Speed, the 2, over the 7. He's got the Jack. Rounded out with Hutch, who's in for the waiver, having not been seen since last November. Jonathan Buckley's horses coming off the layoff at the beginning of the meet especially were racing really, really well. We'll see if him and Kevin Navarro can keep a hot hand. 275 for me. Field for the finale making its way onto the track. Again, 1:15 first post tomorrow. 8 race card. See you then. And now the field 4, race number 8's out on the track. The 1 is Norgay with John Berrios. The 2 is Hyperspeed. Joel Cruz rides. Scratch the 3, Hot Rod Lincoln. The 4 is Outstanding Debt. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. The 5 is Hutch with Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Couples Therapy. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 7 is He's Got the Jack with Emmanuel De Diego. The 8 is Navy Pier with Dalton Brown. And the 9 is Blacksmith Strong with Andre Wari. That's your field of 8, going 5.5. And there's the 7 again. He's Got the Jack with Manuel De Diego looking for his 4th win on the card. Post time's in a little over 3 minutes for the finale. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8's behind the gate, and it's post time. All set for the Tuesday finale. Once again, first post tomorrow, 1:15 p.m. for the 8-race card. And starting Monday, post time move to 1 o'clock. In goes Norgay. Hyperspeed goes forward, followed by Outstanding Debt. Hutch goes in. Couples Therapy goes forward. Odds-on favorite, He's Got the Jack, is in. Here's Navy Pier. Blacksmith Strong, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off like a shot. He's Got the Jacks 2 in front. Manuel de Diego puts the favorite right on the front end. There's Couples Therapy in second. Now along the inside is Norgay. He challenges for the second spot. Hyperspeed moves up. There's Outstanding Debt. To the far outside is Blacksmith Strong. The two at the back are Hutch and Navy Pier. He's Got the Jack. They caught up to him. Norgay to his inside. Couples Therapy to the outside. Opening quarter in a sensible 23 flat. Back and forth is Hyperspeed. Then the duo of Blacksmith Strong, who's just outside of Outstanding Debt. Hutch and Navy Pier are at the tail end of the field. He's Got the Jack moving right along here. He's Got the Jack off the turn and into the stretch. He has a length and a half on Norgay. And then Couples Therapy. Hyperspeed trying to chime in through a half in 46 and 3. He's Got the Jack is on his hands and knees. Norgay's coming up the inside. Norgay looking to spring the upset in the finale. He's Got the Jack. Norgay, He's Got the Jack. Norgay, He's Got the Jack. Jack would not be denied. He won it by a head. Then it was Norgay. Couples Therapy might have got third in 105 and 4 for the finale. The last race is official. Turning to the winner's circles with number 7, He's Got the Jack. 4-year-old Gelding is the son of Gormley out of the Giants Causeway mare, Circle of Love. A New York bred. He's got the jacks owned by Ron Cichetti, trained by Chris Engelhart. He won half the card today, winning jockey Emmanuel De Diego. $2 double, 7-7, $7.90. $2 exacta, 718.90. 50-cent try, 716, 21.87. Dime super, 7162, $9.42. 50-cent pick 3, 677, $5 and a dime. 50-cent pick 4, 66, 77, $29.62. 50-cent pick 5, $102.12. Pick 6 was hit today, 6 of 6, $158.50. 5 of 6, $4.70. That wraps up the live racing portion of the program. The gaming side of the building is open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow with a first post of 1:15 p.m. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow for an 8-race card, once again, that starts at 1:15 p.m. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.